Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Education regular meeting for Ventura Unified School District on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, also known as 2/22/22. We'd like to call this meeting to order and look for an adoption of agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
We do not.
Then I'll look for a motion.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That moves us to agenda item number 4, public comment on closed session items. And do we have any public comments?
Yes, thank you, President Alvarez. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to provide your thoughts this evening. If you would like to make a live audio public comment this evening, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in and are not on the Zoom app or the website on a phone, you do not have that option, so please be prepared for me to unmute you and ask if you have a public comment to share. As always, the board will need to refrain from discussing your comments as you make them due to requirements of the Brown Act, but they are paying attention, they are listening, and they do value your input. We will be timing everyone for 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you can begin, give you a 30-second warning, and let you know when your time is up. I will call upon those who have the raise hand icon first in the order that I have here on my screen. And if that person is on the call and is unable to speak, I will come back to you one more time prior to ending public comment. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings. So please keep your language as respectful as possible. Our first public speaker this evening will be Whitney Smith. Whitney, are you there? Whitney?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now. Great, thank you. You have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Oh yeah, I don't need 3 minutes, but
go ahead.
I'm a parent of Ventura County Christian School. My child attends there. I have grown up here, went to all public schools, Montalvo, Anacapa, Ventura High. My father is a public school teacher, retired now, but I'm obviously a public school advocate. So I'm coming from a place of I understand. When Zoom happened, it was really important for our child to attend school. We found a place that allowed that to happen, and he has thrived there. He is gone from somebody who has fallen between the cracks in a large classroom to someone who is now on the honor roll. Really proud of him, really happy about this. So we would like to continue that wonderful momentum. And our school is at risk of no longer having a facility. And so this is something that we wanted to be present for. We wanted to talk to you guys about. And I know you guys are in negotiations with them currently. So I wanted to make sure my voice was heard so that you could really understand how important my son's education at Ventura County Christian School was to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I believe that was regarding 6A, our Washington school that's on our closed session. Again, please remember that today right now you are doing public comment on closed session items only. So Chrissy, if you have a public comment on a closed session item, I'm going to allow you to speak. Are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Thank you for letting me speak. I too am a parent of a student at Ventura County Christian School. And I, again, am pleading with you to please, negotiate with us in a kind manner. We love our school. It's been a savior to us and our family. We all kind of struggled these past 2 years. And I think as a community, this really has been our saving grace. It's a place where we can all come together and we know that our kids are getting a quality education. And more importantly, they're getting love and respect. And in return, we can do that for the community as well. At this school, we're getting taught how to have kindness and love for others, and we can return that to the community. These are the families that are giving to the fire department, to the police, to the food banks, because that's what we're taught. This is what we do at this school. The school is about love and kindness. And then on top of that, the cherry on top is we all get a good education, or our kids do. So we're just pleading with you to let us stay in our new home that we have become accustomed to, and we've learned to thrive in together as a family at Ventura County Christian School.
Thank you, Chrissy. Okay, next is Perry. Perry, if you've got a public comment on a closed session item, I'm going to unmute you. Are you there? If you could unmute yourself. Sorry, I allowed talking, but you actually have to unmute.
How does that sound now?
There we go, much better. Okay, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and greetings, school board. This is Dr. Goya. I'm the administrator here at Ventura County Christian School. Obviously, there's several of us here tonight on Zoom expressing our concern about a possible high sizable rent increase here at our use of Washington School. I think the last summer, I think it was mentioned about a 500% increase in rent here at the school. And we're just very concerned about this. One, because the property is what it is because of the work we've done on the property. And there's a lot more work that needs to be done. So we're simply asking that the school board would really give strong consideration to Ventura County Christian School being able to have a very affordable and reasonable rent here at the Washington School building. There's a lot more improvements that we need to do at the school, and we need the resources for that. So my purpose tonight is simply just to ask that the school board would read the letters that we've written. Forgive us if we've inundated your inboxes and your emails, but please read the emails I've written to each of the school board members myself, outlining some points of concern and negotiation. And we would just like to be heard, that we would be able to negotiate for a moderate increase of rent that would allow us to continue to improve the school district's property and provide an affordable education to our kids. So thank you for your consideration of this. We just want to continue and continue to beautify this property and enjoy using it as a school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next will be Natalie. Natalie, if you've got a public comment on a closed session item, I'm allowing you to talk right now. If you can unmute.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
I can, and your time begins now. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is in reference to 6A Washington School property. I just want to say, Matt, Velma, Jerry, Amy, Sabrina, thank you so much for listening to all the public comments tonight. We really appreciate all that you do for our community. As school board members, I know you're in the business of helping all kids in our community have access to a great education, and I hope you'll look past the public school, private school distinction when considering what to do with the Washington School property. Ventura County Christian School means a lot to us. Both my daughters attend the school and love it very much. I, as a parent, appreciate the ability to have a religious education for my children. Only a few weeks after our daughters enrolled, I noticed a huge boost in their confidence and learning achievements. Not only did I notice it, but my family and friends started commenting how engaged they were. My daughter's piano teacher even remarked, "I can't believe the change in only a few weeks. They're even playing piano so much better." Now, as a community member, I also appreciate all the work, time, and money that VCCS has poured into the beautification of this building and property. What was formerly a blight on the neighborhood is now a real source of pride for neighbors and school attendees alike. This would not have been possible with any other renter. VCCS has made the Washington School what it is today. If you lose VCCS as a renter, not only will the school attendee families, myself included, be upset, but the broader community will lose a real gem that has improved the neighborhood and property values there significantly. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up will be David and Kate. Are you there? David and Kate, if you can, or
Oh, yep.
there you go. Perfect. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to also comment.
Sorry, we are going to start that over again. There was a technical difficulty. David and Kate, you've got 3 minutes if you want to go ahead and start again.
Oh, sure. Can you hear me?
All right, now we can. Yes. Go ahead.
All right. I'm also commenting on item 6A. Ventura County Christian School means so much to our family. This is our first year here. We have also just seen such a positive change in these kids as, you know, from the time that they started. I've been emailing back and forth with a lot of the board members, and I appreciate all of the responses that we've received. I do feel like I wanted to address one misconception where one of the board members had mentioned that it would appear that the board would be subsidizing a private school when their loyalties might lie to towards the public school kids. I see it a little differently in that VCCS has invested $3 to $4 million into the property, saved the neighborhood from the break-ins and the vagrants that were, you know, populating the facility before we took over. And not only that, we're taxpayers, and our voices should be heard in this matter as well. And like Natalie so well put, I feel like we should make the distinction between the private and public school fact here. I don't know what it would do to my kids to not be able to see the amazing staff that works at this school. These are jobs for a lot of these people. There's decades of experience that have that are present within this staff, probably 200 years combined. I would say it's just amazing. And I really do appreciate you taking the time to hear us tonight. And we are just praying that a fair solution can be found here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we have 3 more public comments and 1 phone number left. So the next person will be Yvette. Hope I'm saying that right. Oh, then they just went away. So if they come back, I'll go back to them. Mrs. Larios.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marissa Larios, and I am a mother of 6 children that have attended Ventura Christian School. It has been such a blessing for us to be a part of the school. My children have thrived there, every single one of them, not only academically, but also in their character. Them being there has really showed me, and I mean, all of us, you know, they are really showing in the best version of themselves. I am a parent there. I do yard duty, and I've gotten to meet so many of the children there, and I'm so grateful to all the children and all the families that are there, because it's such a wonderful place, and the kids feel loved, they feel safe. It's been an amazing place for all of us, and I hope that we can continue keeping the education affordable for the families, and continue keeping like the community. I mean, I feel that I know that we have done so many upgrades to the school, but also just making sure that, you know, the relationship with the neighborhood and everything has been wonderful. Even when we have large events, it's not a problem. So I really hope that you take into consideration the how much it would change if the rent did go up so high, and it would be very difficult for us to continue. And I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank all the families that are here representing our wonderful school. And, you know, I have a younger child that is really just, he didn't like school because I did pull him out to go to a public school. And it was very hard because he would get caught up in the mix. And it was just, there was just too much going on. And with him waking up in the morning and looking forward to going to school and knowing that he is safe there, knowing that he is loved there, it's been a wonderful place to us. And I really hope we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please note that we have our final, at this point, we have 4 public speakers and 1 phone number, and that will, I believe, do it for this public comment. So Christina, you are up. Are you there?
I am here.
Perfect. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to the Ventura School District for the important work that you do. I'm also a concerned parent of a VCCS student. My daughter goes to VCCS, and it has been an absolute game changer for her confidence and her education. My daughter is quite dyslexic, and VCCS has made incredible strides towards helping her close the gap on her learning differences. This is something that a public school and another private school was not willing to do. They're going above and beyond to work with her private dyslexia tutor, and they have done so with absolute grace. And they have the freedom to do this because they're a smaller alternative education facility. And this type of school is incredibly important to our family and, more importantly, to our daughter. I'm not alone in my love for VCCS, as you can see here. They represent about 500 individuals, and it's imperative that we protect VCCS and its ability to operate at the Washington School. So I'm asking, as a resident, a business owner, a parent, a taxpayer, and an employer in this county and city of Ventura, that you absolutely, without hesitation, find a way to work with VCCS and make it possible for VCCS to continue at the Washington School property. The improvements have a long way to go, and VCCS is committed to the continual improvements of this property. And school's been tough enough on these kids. Please do not displace them from their school. The damage that has been done to our kids over the last couple of years is yet to be seen. So I'm begging you, don't add this to the list of childhood disruptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Jesse is up. Jesse, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'll make this short. I too, just like all the others, am a parent of 2 students who attend Ventura County Christian School. I'm active duty military. I moved down here with my daughters 2 months before COVID happened. And after we moved here, the public schools were shut down. The schools eventually moved to online school, which for my daughters seemed to make things worse. So through some friends of ours, we found Ventura County Christian School. And just like the other families have said, it was a game changer for us and our family. So I just want to ask that the county just really think about the impact that this decision that they're about to make is going to have on the hundreds of families and students that reside in this county and attend this public school. So it's just my hope, my prayer that the county works with Ventura County Christian School to come to a reasonable lease agreement for that Washington School property. It means a lot to us, you know, as I serve our country and serve this nation. I just ask that the county look to do the same and to serve all of its students and all of the families that it possibly can. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Alyssa is up next, and then we're going to go to the phone number ending in 1907, and then we'll be done for public comment. One moment. Alyssa, are you there?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
you. My name is Alyssa Wells. I'm a parent of 2 students at VCCS, and I have written to all of you today and throughout the weekend to encourage you to work with our school to be able to continue to rent the site at Washington School. This historic landmark is currently home to 170 students who do not fit into the VUSD public school offerings, many of whom have siblings that do attend VUSD schools. Our students are thriving and enjoying a program that would have otherwise not existed for many of their unique learning needs. Our school has taken care of this historic site for the last 20 years and does not plan to stop now. My own heart cannot imagine allowing such a building that is booming with laughter and love to sit empty instead of reaching a decision that would allow both the board to have its needs met as well as that of the faculty for VCCS. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Alyssa. And the last one is for, going there. A phone number ending in 1907. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. And if you have a public, wrong timer. If you have a public comment for closed session, I'll allow that at this time. So phone number ending in 1907. Do you have a public comment this evening on a closed session item? Don't believe so. So if you would like to unmute.
Hello?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Hello?
Are you there?
Oh, okay.
Do you have a public comment?
Yeah, my name is Dana Billings. I apologize. I'm on the tail end of a 11-hour journey to Children's Hospital LA. So I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. Going through papers, I've seen Dr. Spirito's signature at the bottom of the original Washington agreement that you're addressing tonight. In the late 90s, the school district had a very real and pressing problem on their hands. Hopefully there aren't any gaps in your understanding of what was happening at Washington School at that time. If you don't see it as a tragic, horrific situation, I believe your picture's incomplete. Now, I don't know the details of how the agreement came about, but the framework was that the district had a school they could not use, and VCCS had a dream for a K-12 school, but no building. There was an incredible amount of trust from both sides that went into entering this agreement. The district needed VCCS to pull off a radical, costly transformation of the building. And VCCS needed to know that if they pulled it off, they would have a school home. Now, VCCS is not a redundant or underutilized building or a vacant piece of land. It's a fully functional, fully contributing, high-quality educational institution. So as you sit down tonight to address the lease situation, I ask you to imagine that Dr. Spirito, the man who did so much to advance Ventura Unified School District, was in the room. He'd be looking at the past, what it was. He'd be looking at where it is today. He'd be looking at the school that was born out of that agreement and his action at the time. And speaking to you, I can't know what he would say, but I think it might sound something like, find a lease payment we can all live with. They have earned it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And with that, it is the end of public comment. President Alvarez, back to you.
Thank you to everyone who took time out to make public comment tonight. That moves us to agenda item number 5, motion to go to closed session.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you to those that are on the call this evening. If you'd like to stay on, you're more than welcome to. However, the board will go into closed session till approximately 7 p.m., at which time we will come back here for our regular session. So feel free to leave and come back at 7 o'clock or hang tight with the rest of us. Thanks.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education regular meeting for Ventura Unified School District on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. If everyone would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, within liberty and justice for all. Yeah, Ms. Dom, roll call, please.
Sure. President Matt Alvarez.
Here.
Vice President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Ms. Amy Callahan.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Ms. Velma Lomax.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Roger Rice.
Here.
Student Board Member Ella Haas.
Here.
Student Board Member Logan Bobis.
Here.
And Student Board Member Nina Segura.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to agenda item number 10, report of action taken in closed session. There was no action taken in closed session tonight. That brings us to agenda item 11, the superintendent's report. Dr. Rice.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez. I'm going to jump right in because I have a lot of great news to share with the board and a lot of good things to cover, including our 3 student board member reports this evening, which I know we're really looking forward to. But first, I'd like to start by giving a formal recognition an introduction to the community of our newest member of our executive cabinet, our new assistant superintendent of human resources, Ms. Gina Wallowitz. Gina has over 24 years of educational experience with the Ventura Unified School District. She has been the director of curriculum and instruction, TK through 5, for the last 4 years. During this time, she stepped in as interim co-assistant superintendent of educational services during the 2021 school year. Throughout Ms. Wallowitz's career, she has worked closely with the Human Resources Department. In addition, she has been principal at Juana Maria Elementary School for 8 years, assistant principal at Data Middle School, and a bilingual teacher at the elementary and middle school levels. Ms. Wallowitz is fluent in both English and Spanish, and her career in education has focused on rigorous, well-rounded academic and social-emotional programs that are student-centered. Ms. Wallowitz's strength lies in her ability to build relationships with those she serves. She assists teams in successfully collaborating, not just across departments within the district, but also with colleagues throughout the county for the benefit of our students. Ms. Wallowitz earned her BA at Loyola Marymount University with a major in psychology and a minor in Spanish. She earned her master's degree in educational administration at Cal State University Northridge. Gina, welcome to our team, and we're super happy to have you here. I hear you might have some family members on this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. I appreciate that introduction so much. I'm so honored to serve in this new capacity. I have only ever had the pleasure of working in Ventura Unified, and it really does feel like my work family. So thank you so much for affording me this honor. And I would have the pleasure of introducing my family, because there's no way that I could do this work without them. So thank you so much for joining me tonight. I have my husband, Daniel, my daughter, who is a senior, Marina, and my son, who is a freshman and thinks he just finished up a sporting event. So thank you so much for hustling to be here tonight. I really appreciate your support this evening and just overall. I just couldn't thank you all enough. So very, very honored to serve in this capacity, and just want to thank all of the incredible educators that I've worked with for the past 24 years, and my parents, and my brother's also an educator. Just so excited to serve in this new capacity. So thank you so much.
Trustee Lomax.
Well, I just say it's about time. And to Gina's family, thank you for being here and always supporting her. And we love seeing Marina. Your name always comes up in these great accolades, and we're behind the scenes. We'll text your mom later and say, "Hey, I bet your buttons were bursting." But you make her proud, and you make all of us proud. And we just want to thank you. We know we're going to keep her late nights sometimes, but we apologize in advance. Hopefully this will get better as time passes by. But Gina, it's been a pleasure knowing your family and knowing you over the years and working with you. And I knew right away you would jump in with both feet, and that's the word on the street, is that she's already there and she knows what she's doing. So thank you.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes, congratulations, Gina. You've made me very proud. I almost consider you like a daughter, because you were one of my daughter's first friends when we moved here over 35 years ago. And so I've known you and your family for a long time, and congratulations. And to Dr. Rice, a warning. Gina's followed in my footsteps. I was principal at Juana Maria. She is principal at Juana Maria. I was in the curriculum office. She was in the curriculum office. So your seat may be next, Dr. Rice. So just keep an eye on her. She'll do great.
I'm not sure what my face was looking like when you were saying that, so I just shut off my video. No, she's got a bright future for sure, and I know she'll be ready for that chair at some point in her career. Absolutely. Thanks for that warning, though, Jerry.
Trustee Callahan.
Thank you, Gina. Congratulations. This is just wonderful to see an aspiring woman administrator as an assistant superintendent. It's no surprise after last year receiving the AXA, I believe it was Region 13 Co-Administrator of the Year, you have led with such grace and determination and such composure. So thank you. I'm excited to support you in whatever you need, and not as a mentor, but as we work together alongside each other. Congratulations. And I also wanted to share, thank you so much for your commitment to Ventura Unified. And that's seen, and we appreciate it and value it.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, my colleagues have already said a lot, but Gina, I just love seeing your big, beautiful smile. And I always know that you have the best interest of our community and our staff and our students at the front of your thinking in every decision you make. You've proven that time and again. And I really appreciate having you be willing to step into this position. It is a big time commitment, but we're grateful for your efforts and happy to support you in any way.
Yes, Gina. First off, thank you to your family. I mean, it is going to be a time commitment, but I know you see the passion she brings home every day. It's been great watching your kids grow up along kind of the same time my kids are, and your husband yelling at me every once in a while on the soccer field while I ref one of his games. No, very passionate coach. She's great. But, I think that you said it, your work family and then your life family. I'm very blessed to have known you from a very young age, and I looked up to you as a mentor very early in my life, and to watch the path that you've taken is just phenomenal. We're very blessed to have families that are very close. So just sky's the limit with you, and just looking forward to the next chapters in your life. So very proud of you.
All right. Well, thank you. Welcome, Gina. I couldn't say anything more than what's already been said. So I'm just going to move on to our next introduction, but I'm super happy to have you on the team. Our next introduction is for our new principal at Balboa Middle School, and that's Ms. Claudia Caudill, who's with us this evening. Great to have you here, Claudia. Ms. Caudill has 20 years of service as an educator and administrator. She began her career in the Ocean View School District as an elementary teacher in a bilingual setting. She then became a grant coordinator before transitioning to serve as a Spanish teacher at Newbury Park High School. From there, she became an assistant principal in the Conejo Unified School District. She joined the VUSD team in 2015, where she has been serving as the principal of Montalvo Elementary School. Ms. Caudill is excited about working with middle school students, which she believes is one of the most critical stages of growth and development for our students. Her creative and inclusive leadership style supports and enhances school, student, and teacher success. She is a dedicated and thoughtful leader who focuses on empowering pedagogy, rigorous and relevant curriculum, and offering enriched and affirming learning opportunities. However, the most impressive thing about Ms. Caudill is that she was a student once upon a time at Balboa Middle School, and we could not be more proud to bring her back to the campus in which she once learned as a student. Congratulations, Ms. Caudill.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the board and to Dr. Rice and the entire Balboa community for this opportunity. I'm so excited to be back, not only in the secondary world, but also at Balboa. In fact, this week I found a picture that Joanne Wakely took of me in my 6th grade year out by the Explorer sign, and it just feels like life has come full circle. So I am very honored for this opportunity, and I was on campus this week, and just remarkable kids, kind and respectful, meaningful and purposeful interactions between staff and students, engaging electives. I just can't wait. So thank you. And let's make this happen. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Trustee Lomax?
Well, welcome. I can't say welcome to our district because you've done such a great, fine job, but welcome to Balboa. And I'm just thankful to hear the story that you actually went to school there and now you're back as a principal. If that isn't the circle of life, I don't know what is, but we, anything we can do to help you, and you've already showing such passion and excitement. Those kids will feel that and they need that. So thank you very much.
Trustee Danberg?
Yes, congratulations, Claudia. I've seen your work firsthand with my grandchildren at Montalvo for a number of years with you, and just think that you're going to do wonderful work at Balboa, and wish you all the luck in the world. Thank you.
Trustee Callahan?
I love it. Thank you so much, Claudia. You are so positive, and just to see your vibrant welcome is amazing. You are going to do awesome. I too was a middle school teacher, but we're a special breed, right? These middle level educators, and you are going to do wonderful. And it's so great that you're wanting to step into that role. And also the whole piece that you are giving back to our community by taking on one of the hardest jobs as an instructional leader. So thank you for that. And I just have to say, go Boyna 94. We have you, we have Beth, I'm on the board. So we have Ventura is a special place. And I love seeing our leaders come back to serve our community schools. Thank you. Congratulations.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Claudia, I have so enjoyed getting to know you better over the last few years. And I consider you such a positive, can-do person who is like just a natural problem solver. And you do it with such kindness and grace. And I just look forward to seeing what you're going to do there. Do your kids, are they bummed that you're going to be in middle school before they are?
They're conflicted. They look forward to some independence. But, you know, I think it's going to be good for all of us to have some time before they go to middle school for them to be on their own.
Well, I know it's a big transition, but we are really, again, so grateful for our homegrown leaders to step into these new roles. It makes a huge difference in really continuing a culture and climate that's really important to us as a community. And so thank you. And if we can be helpful, you can always reach out.
Well, congratulations, one of my fellow Bulldog alum. It's been great also watching your growth in the paths that you've taken. I've been very blessed, spend probably more time on Montalvo's campus than most of the other campuses because of my nephews and nieces, and just seeing the nurturing that you've done with them. Watching my nephew who's going to graduate this year go through the TWI program, it's just been, the digital immersion has been phenomenal. So a fabulous job, and I know it's time for that next step. So it's a little bittersweet for me, but I know you're going to do fantastic things out Balboa, and we need another strong leader there. So we're so excited for you to take on the realm there. Thank you so much.
All right, congratulations, Claudia, and welcome. And speaking of strong leaders and new principals being the theme, I just couldn't help but notice we have Dr. Asplin and Dr. Guerrero with us this evening. Great to see you both with us this evening. I wanted to call you out because we're really happy that you're here, but I'm kind of stalling because I don't really want to go into this next item, but I feel compelled. It was with very mixed emotions recently that I had to announce to our board that our own Anthony Ramos, our district legal counsel, announced his retirement pending at the end of the year. And I know, right, Marianne? He asked me not to do anything, but that's not how we roll here in Ventura. We love our folks and we celebrate our leaders. And so I'm going to read something just very briefly. He'll forgive me one of these days. Anthony Ramos has served our district for the last 17 years as in-house legal counsel. Over the years, Mr. Ramos has provided sage advice to many of our departments, always being a strong advocate for student rights and privacy and championing equity opportunities for all students. Mr. Ramos's dedication to our students did not end in the office. In his spare time, he coached for the Ventura Tigres youth track, Data Middle School cross country, AYSO soccer, and Ventura Football Club. In addition, Mr. Ramos also gave back to our staff by teaching a legal school administration course at Cal State Northridge for students pursuing their administrative credentials. His prestigious class roster included some familiar VUSD names such as Principals Mike Askey, Hector Guerrero, Beth Harris, Susan Martinez, and Bobby Powers. We are very happy for Mr. Ramos, but he will be missed here in the district. I want to thank him for his years of service and dedication to Ventura Unified. To know Mr. Ramos is to enjoy his dry sense of humor, his love of running, and a work ethic like no other. I wish him nothing but continued success in his next endeavor. Mr. Ramos's last day will be June 30th, 2022, which will provide all of us an opportunity to stop by his office and say, not goodbye, but good luck. So Anthony, congratulations on a wonderful career here in Ventura Unified. We'll make the most of the next few months, and we're gonna miss you.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. But I also want to give a shout out to Maria Lizaradas because she was the one that was not mentioned in that group of principals. I was very proud of all of them. They did well. I'm going to miss the friendships, I really am, that I made over the years. I just want to thank the principals and the teachers. My two daughters went to school here. Sophia when she was a first grader all the way through high school, and Bella from kindergarten all the way through high school. And she's going to graduate in June, and I'm going to graduate with her. So it's off to the next chapter in the Ramos family. So I just want to thank everybody. I really appreciate it, the time that you allowed me to serve. It'll be fun. I'm still going to be around, so you'll see me every once in a while in the grocery store or whatnot. So don't forget to say hi, because I will. Thank you, everybody.
Trustee Lomax?
Well, I've known Anthony since before he was married. And when he was actually a board member in another district in our county. And I knew him in that capacity. And then I'll never forget, I did not know he was applying for the job. And I walked into the district office and I was like, what are you doing here? And then I got so excited that he would think enough of our district to come and be the attorney here. And the rest is history. But I've enjoyed our friendship and knowing you over the years and watching you and your wife, your relationship growing and having kids and watching them go through. I mean, I'm dating myself because I've known you way too long. You were just a kid, but I know you do well. And I also know that now you'll just have a little bit more time to volunteer for us.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yeah, congratulations, Anthony, on your retirement, and wish you the best in the future. And we'll miss that sense of humor that Dr. Rice talked about. So you hang in there. Thank you.
Trustee Callahan?
This is a hard one. We are going to miss you. I have such admiration for you for devoting 17 years of your career in your life and to bring your students here in our own district and literally serve Ventura Unified as our legal counsel. Thank you. Personally, you have been amazing. I love having you on speed dial. I hope you could still do that maybe. But you have great integrity and ethics, and I've really appreciated getting to know you and work with you the last year and a half or so. And hopefully this is not goodbye and we just continue that journey.
Trustee Rodriguez?
So I'm in denial about this, and Anthony knows this. I keep telling him, like, you're not actually going to retire because what will that even look like? He calls me and he knows the first thing I say is, what did I do now? because usually he's calling me to tell me, you should be doing something differently. But I really, really appreciate, Anthony, all the time and attention you've given to all of us to help us serve our community in a way that is really, I think, top notch, because not only have you taught us the rules, but really like why the rules are there and how to use them to really serve with dignity and with grace. And I appreciate that about you. And I've appreciated also the fact that you have such a great sense of humor and you're willing to always see kind of the funny side of things. But do we get to keep Bati in this agreement? Because I'm hopeful.
I believe so.
She doesn't have enough years of service to retire. So at least we get to keep the other half, right, of the Ramos crew. Good. Well, I refuse to acknowledge that you're leaving, and I still have your phone number and we'll call you even once you're retired. But thank you for everything you've done.
Yeah, and Anthony, what a tremendous job you've done. It's been great seeing you in the in your work element with your real interesting humor. But we've been blessed to watch both our daughters who are the same age and our younger kids who are the same age grow up. But we first met when our kids were 3 or 4 at BC, and we hit it off pretty well. And then we ended up kind of on the soccer field. I was reffing one of his daughter's game, and then I don't think he liked me anymore. And then I asked his daughter to be on my team, and the rest is history. Next thing you know, we're coaching together and seeing a complete different side. You should see him on the coaching sideline. But our friendship's really grown, and to be on the board with you serving our district so honorably, I don't know what to say. I'm going to miss you, buddy. Your door has always been open my whole life, and you'll always be a true friend to me. So I know we're not going to miss that our connecting time, but to not see you down the hall at the district office is going to be tough for me. So well done, and we wish you the best for your family. And I probably gave you most of the gray hair.
Yeah, but the door is always open, man.
All right, congratulations, Anthony. We are going to miss you. I'd like to take a minute to return to a more positive and uplifting topic, which is to recognize 3 of our leaders who recently were honored by the Association of California School Administrators. And I'm going to start by honoring Dr. Soledad Molinar, who is the Director of Multilingual and Multicultural Education, who is being honored with the 2022 Valuing Diversity Award by AXA's Region 13 in recognition of her tireless efforts in ensuring that students with the greatest needs receive the most services, and that schools are places where students feel safe, valued, and nurtured to thrive. Dr. Molinar is an exemplary educator who has tremendous integrity. She is brilliant, kind, knowledgeable, and humble. Her deep dedication to all stakeholders is evident in her positive communications and interactions. Dr. Molinar makes everyone feel like they are welcome and belong in our district. Congratulations, Dr. Molinar. The second award goes to Dr. Laurel Dawes, the principal of Cabrillo Middle School, who is being awarded the 2022 Middle Grades Principal of the Year by AXA's Region 13. She is recognized for leading her school community through a lens of equity and nurturing her middle school students emotionally, socially, and academically. She is a champion of restorative practices and promotes family-school partnerships that aim to increase the voices of historically underserved families. Dr. Dawes is an exceptional school site leader who brings innovative ideas and programs to her site and to our district. Congratulations, Dr. Dawes. And then finally, the leaders in the AXA North Ventura Charter chose to recognize Eric Reynolds, who is our VUSD Risk Manager, as the Charter's 2022 Central Office Administrator of the Year. Mr. Reynolds has been an exemplary leader since he started in Ventura Unified in 2007. He has always been proactive about providing safe and healthy learning environments for our students and staff, as well as overseeing everything relating to insurance, accidents, and other aspects of risk management. Since the pandemic started, he has been responsible for coordinating with public health, communicating with sites, and every employee during this process. He's even been at the forefront of leadership. He calls himself the COVID manager, not the risk manager. And that's unfortunate because it belies the true comprehensive nature that he serves the district, and we all recognize it. So Eric, congratulations on your recognition. And I also wanted to take a minute to share a couple items. And these are under the auspices of ongoing events. I wanted to share with everyone that the announcement that we're expecting out of the governor's office on February 28th, we're hoping and advocating for some consistency to be brought to schools, which are one of the only large public entities that have been left out of the relaxation of the mask mandate. So I want to make public that through the superintendents in the county and through the AXA regional organization that I'm a part of, we're working to try to bring that consistency to our schools that the general public enjoys. So I didn't want to leave that unsaid, and we're hopeful that on the 28th, we're going to get that kind of announcement. Also want to thank everybody who attended the Declining Enrollment Committee. We met on February 10th, and at that meeting, we had a chance to meet the committee members and introduce them to the public. We also had a chance to share a great deal of enrollment data and trends on a state, county, and district level. We heard about an hour and a half of public comment, and committee members asked staff to research many additional items that will be shared with the committee at our next meeting on March 2nd. At that meeting, we will also be electing a chair and co-chair, sharing additional data and answering questions that the committee might have about their work. And then finally, I wanted to read a quick statement about the Washington School, and I want to make the public aware that we have received many public comments in recent days regarding the Washington School property, and I want to make some assurances to the public in recognition of the voluminous public input that we have received. First and foremost, I want to make sure everyone knows that this is not and never has been an issue that's been handled in private. This issue has been publicly agendized over the past couple of years numerous times, and any future action that the board might take will be taken in open session after much discussion and even debate if that is warranted. I also want to share that the public should know that this issue was a part of a process known as the 7-11 committee process, whereby that committee supported the board's prior action of declaring that property surplus and recommended that the board use the property for the highest and best use of the district. I want to share that the board has heard your public comments, they respect your public comments, and they will continue to incorporate your thoughts into their consideration as that issue moves forward. And then finally, before we move on to our student reports, I want to take this occasion to wish Dr. Dannenberg a very happy belated birthday. Dr. Dannenberg, I'm sorry we were all off work yesterday on a holiday, but we all love you and we hope you had a great birthday. So big round of applause, Jerry. Hope you had a great day. And with that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Ella Haas, who will be our first.
Dr. Rice, before we move on, because you tend not to do these types of things, we wanted to take over the board meeting for just one quick moment to recognize the fact that you have won the 2022 Superintendent of the Year Award by Region 13 of the Association of California School Administrators. We are very, very proud of you, and I believe some folks are walking in right now with a few deliveries.
I don't know if that's on. Turn this off.
I believe so. Well, Dr. Rice, since you are the most humble of the 4 employees that were honored by AXA Region 13, your team would want to honor you with a little fruit basket and a card to tell you how much we appreciate you. And just for the public's knowledge, as you all know already, Dr. Rice is known throughout the county and the state for his high level of integrity, his service to students, and his overall amazingness. We are super excited at Region 13 to honor Dr. Rice and are looking forward very much to celebrating him on May 6th in Solvang. Thank you, Dr. Rice. Have I embarrassed you enough?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Too much.
We get maybe.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And while Dr. Rice is getting situated, Trustee Lomax.
Well, I have to admit that I was texting Marianne going, wait a minute, why is he not telling everyone about his award? Well, we know he's very humble and he wouldn't do that. She goes, wait for it, wait for it. So thank you, Marianne, and thank you, staff, that, we've asked Roger to do some things that weren't easy, and he's always stepped up to the plate for us, and we appreciate you, and honor well deserved, Roger. Dr. Rice, sorry.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes, Dr. Rice, it is an honor well deserved, and Velma said it well. You've stepped up to the plate and done everything we've asked, and I'm just so happy that you're with us, and hope you're with us for a long time. Thank you very much.
Trustee Callahan?
Thank you, Marianne, for doing that. I know Ventura, of course, we are going to do and celebrate our own. It's wonderful to see that AXA 13 region charter has celebrated our leaders. So from Soledad to Eric to Laurel and our head leader, Superintendent Dr. Rice, it's really wonderful to see. So thank you so much, Dr. Rice, for all you've done. You know that this is not an easy time to be a superintendent. We could probably say that with all of the different positions. And so you leading with grace and dignity and a sense of calm and discipline is appreciated and very much needed. So thank you for all you do and supporting our staff and our instructional leaders and principals here at Ventura Unified.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, congratulations, Dr. Rice. I know I shared this with you before, but I really think that the praise from your peers is such a special recognition, because these are people who are doing the work that you're doing, and they hold you up as a model of integrity and as someone who not only does the job, but does it well and with grace, and every once in a while with humor. Most people don't get to see that side of you, but thank you for all you do, and not only for serving us as a community, but for serving as a role model to your peers around the county and around the state. Congratulations.
And I think my trustees have said all that I can say, except you're a great leader, Dr. Rice, and we're just so happy to have you here. And then, like Dr. Dannenberg said, we'll hope to keep you for a long time. It's just been tremendous work that we've seen from you. So keep it up. Thank you so much.
And President Alvarez, if I might, I happen to know today is also Miss Peak's birthday. So if we could wish her a happy birthday.
Yes, you stole my.
And thank you for spending your birthday with us.
You stole my thunder at the end.
Can I just say thank you so much? I appreciate it. It's a 2/2/22 and I'm 55 and I didn't buy a lottery ticket. What is up with that? But thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, we'll try to get the meeting done early and you can still get one tonight.
We ready to move on, Matt?
Yes. No more surprises.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And happy birthday, Carol. Hope you had a wonderful day.
I'm with you, Dr. Rice. We're good.
All right. Thank you. Student board reports. Ella, how'd you like to save me from all this?
No, congratulations to everyone who won their awards. I know as a student that we are very happy to have such honorable people to be able to not only be our leaders, but people that we can look up to. So congratulations to everyone who got an award. I did understand that people were having, oh, there we go. I was gonna say people were having trouble seeing my pictures last time, so. All right, so hi everybody, my name's Ella. Happy Tuesday. And I'm from Buena, and I'm gonna share what's been going on lately. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So once again, our athletics are starting up. We have our new spring season has started. So we have both baseball, softball, boys tennis, swim, track, and beach volleyball are starting up. Within the past 2 weeks, everyone has had their season opening game, and they've been doing great, and we can't wait to see what they do this season. There we go. All right. So on February 12th, we had our senior ball. It was at Spanish Hills in Camarillo. We ended up getting great attendance. We got a lot more than we thought we were going to get, which was great. We had a French fry bar and a dessert bar, which I overheard from other people was fantastic. I didn't really dabble in that. I was kind of on the dance floor the whole time, which is also something we had. We also had a photo booth, and the theme was masquerade, and everyone, since it was an outside event, got to not wear a normal face mask, but an eye mask instead, which was really fun to see. And then once again, amazing activities. I absolutely love our Valentine's Day celebration. I was so happy to see it come back. My sophomore year, so 2 years ago, we had our heart celebration, which is where we put a heart up for every student with their name on it, and they were encouraged to go and find their heart and pick it off the wall. So they had a Valentine, which was considered from us from ASB. And then we also passed out mini bundt cakes for each student throughout the day. So like freshmen and sophomores got it during lunch, and juniors and seniors got it during break. And then we also had chocolate flowers for sale the week before so that someone could send it to their Valentine or their friends if they wanted to. And then with our hearts, we also had each one for our staff and teachers and admin also. So for Black History Month, we had a few activities not only put on by ASB, but our BSU program as well. During BARC, we had seminars last week. We had a session on Michelle Obama led by Miss Amagaji, which is our BSU activity leader. And we also had a guest speaker come and speak about his ancestry and life experiences, and his name was Joe Richards. We're having a door decorating contest for the whole month of February, and at the end, we're going to pick the winner and announce it over the morning announcements. BSU also put on a game day with a bunch of fun games for our students to play at lunch. And they also they're also hosting a movie night this Thursday showing the movie King Richard. And then for Tuesday today, which I have to say is a day that I enjoyed a lot more than I thought I was going to celebrate this monumental day, we had a time capsule where students were able to write any note they wanted to put in the time capsule for future Bulldogs to open on 3 Day, which will be March 3rd of 2033, which I thought was pretty cool. And I know that for me, it was fun to sit there and write my note and try to figure out what I wanted to tell these people in the future, but then also make memories today to leave for them tomorrow. It was a great experience. And then we had special little buttons to recognize the moment. So they say VHS Time Capsule 2022 on them. And then that's all we've done within the past month, but we have a lot of upcoming events. So on March 31st, we're having our Run Rally. So that's in the works right now. Ms. Wachowski, our ASB advisor, is going to CATA March 1st through 5th. So we're excited to see what she comes back with for us. We're also working on prom preparation and planning. I'm not on the committee for that one, but hopefully I'll be hearing a lot more about that to bring back to you guys next month. We're having a March Madness Spirit Week, which I think is a really cool idea. So each day we're having a certain category versus a different category, and you kind of have to like dress up as one and like see which one wins, see who dresses up for more. So we're excited to see that play out and see how that goes, because that's a new idea we're working on this year. And then our grad night tickets go on sale after our advisors go through the checking the grade check process. There we go. And that's kind of all we have going on.
Thank you so much, Ella. And we have Logan on deck. Logan, you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, take it away.
Okay, let's see. Okay, can you guys see that? Hopefully. All right, so here are our activities for February. We have CIF sports that went into playoffs, which was our water polo team, girls and boys wrestling, girls basketball, and girls soccer. They all made it to their divisional playoffs, which was really cool. We had ASB elections for our ASB cabinet. So we know who our next people are going to be into class. Congratulations to Mateo. He's going to be the next ASB president. We had a lot of candidates involved, and we had a lot of people actually involved in like the voting process. And it was very cool to see that happen again on campus and see everyone excited. And we actually had a tie for the first time ever, like an exact tie for vice president. So we had to rerun again, which was pretty interesting. We also had a counselor appreciation week, which we made posters to put up in front of their office, and we made letters and we handed them little treats throughout the week to show our appreciation towards them and everything they do. We also have been doing activities for Black History Month. We have been holding a door decorating competition also. And we've also been sharing slides on our ASB Instagram throughout the month. And it's been really cool to see all the participation on the doors around campus. And I'm really excited to see who the winners are. They will be announced soon. We have a lot of our spring sports that are starting up, and it's going to be very exciting to see them play. We have our track and field. We have baseball, softball, swimming and diving, boys golf, and they're all very exciting, and I can't wait for them to get going. We had our Valentine's dance for the special ed students, which is always a very special event, and I really love participating in this event. It's a blessing to see it happen every year on our campus, and I really love it. It's put on by the Interact Club, and it gives students a chance to be in an environment to dance, which they otherwise wouldn't be capable of, which is very amazing, and I really love that event. We also had a Valentine's Day Spirit Day, which we had, we wore red and pink, and we also handed out little treats and stuff, which was very fun to see people interact and be interactive on Valentine's Day. We have a Fafsa competition with our College and Careers Advisor, which is through the economics and gov classes for our seniors at Ventura High School. So the winner that submits the most of their FAFSA applications will get a burrito party, I believe, by the March 2nd deadline, which is pretty cool incentive. And then we also had our Tuesday event for 2-2-2-2-2. So we had tutu making stations, and we handed out talkies for tutus, which was very cool. And we also had Twin Day, which was cool. So we brought in all of the twins on our campus and people who had birthdays into our ASB room, and we handed them out Twixes, and we gave them cool things so that they felt appreciated on this very special day. And it was also a twin spirit day, so you could dress up as twins and stuff. And at lunch, we held a twin competition, and we judged who could be the best twin, and we handed out double stuffed Oreos for Tuesday, you know. And we also had Tootsie Rolls and other like double bubble gum, just other things to signify the 2-2-2-2-2 kind of day. And you can see our little jolly man with the tutu on down in the corner. And then we have a lot of upcoming senior events, which we're starting our senior apparel for the class of 2022. And we're also going to have a senior assembly in March. And then we also had our grad night tickets go on sale a couple weeks ago, and they flew. It was really exciting to see a lot of people want to participate in that event. And it's in June, which is very exciting. And then some of our upcoming events, we have our senior ball on February 25th. We have a spring dance in March. We have prom, powder puff, and our improv show. Yeah, let's see. Okay.
Thank you, Logan. You did a great job as always. Appreciated the tall guy with the tutu on. What did you call that man again?
I don't remember what I called him. He's kind of like our jolly man. Like he's a little jolly jumper. He's really cool. He brings spirit to all of our spirit days.
That's great. Thanks a lot for sharing. And last but not least, we have Nina Segura from BASE with us this evening. Nina, take it away.
Good evening, everybody. Hi, I'm Nina Segura, the student representative for Ventura Adult and Continuing Education. I'm enrolled in the front office medical assistant class. Okay, BASE students and staff celebrated Valentine's Day as a community. We combined our virtual CTE Student of the Month with a Valentine's Day drawing. Derek Walker from our IT program was honored, and students had an opportunity to spin the wheel for gift cards and some sweet prizes. It was really fun. In our high school equivalency classroom, students enjoyed expressing their creativity while focusing on building their reading skills. Everyone had fun spreading the love with Valentine warm-ups. In preparation for their healthcare unit, ESL students practiced new vocabulary words by asking and answering questions they might experience in a medical setting. Evening medical boot camp students learned about performing a bleeding time test, the components of blood, and the order of the draw. We are integrating our project-based hands-on skills to make learning come alive. There we go. 3D modeling and design student Devin Early passed his AutoCAD certified user exam and also the SolidWorks Associate Industry Exam. These exams verify his mastery of the cutting-edge software programs we teach here at BASE. Since our last board meeting, 5 of our amazing CTE graduates were hired by these companies. A huge thanks to Pacific Stoneworks, Supermas, Clinicus, Rivera Bronze, and Ventura Orthopedics for supporting our CTE programs. BASE is excited to share our newest high school diploma graduates. All of us are looking forward to our graduation ceremony on June 17th. I know I am. CTE medical students collaborated with ESL students to provide a simulated healthcare clinic where ESL students had a chance to practice new vocabulary, fill out medical forms, and experience going to the doctor's office. Medical front and back students also benefited from the activity by practicing their clinical skills and techniques. It was a wonderful experience for everyone. I had fun. It was really, really neat. And that's Space's Good News Report. I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Thank you for sharing that wonderful report, Nina. And Board President Almaraz, that concludes the superintendent's report this evening.
Thank you to everyone for your reports this evening, as I'm muted myself. That brings us to agenda item number 12, correspondence. Dr. Rice?
We have none.
And that brings us to agenda item 13. We, as a board, know we received a lot of emails, either through public comment or just straight emails. So I will turn this over now to Marie Ann.
Thank you very much. So again, anyone who would like to give a public comment this evening, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. Thank you for taking the time to provide your thoughts this evening. Making that or pressing the raise hand icon now is a must, as we must have that hand raised prior to the end of the first public comment being spoken this evening. If you are calling in and are not on the Zoom app or website on a phone, you do not have that option to raise your hand. So please be prepared for me to unmute you and ask you if you have a public comment to share. As always, the board will need to refrain from discussing your comments as you make them due to requirements of the Brown Act, but they are paying attention, they are listening, and they value your input. We will be timing everyone for 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you can begin. I'll give you a 30-second warning and let you know when your time is up. I will call upon those who have that raise hand icon first in the order that I have here on my screen. If the first person I call in is unable to speak due to an audio issue, I will come back to you before the end of the public comment series. If they are not there after the second time I come by, then they will forfeit their ability to speak. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings. So please keep language as respectful as possible. So our first speaker this evening is going to be, sorry, one moment here. Hillary Smiley. Are you there? Hillary?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. You've got 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Hillary Smiley. I have 4 children. 3 attend schools in VUSD and 1 is already homeschooled. My 6-year-old, who is in the 1st grade at Poinsettia, has been told by her classmates that if she does not wear a mask, she will die. You are feeding into those lies by continuing to mandate masks at schools. You are causing devastating effects on my kids, on all of our kids. You are treating them like contagious lepers. And because of this, our children now have a much higher chance of dying from suicide than from COVID. For 10 to 19-year-olds, death by suicide is nearly 20 times higher than death from COVID. 5 to 9-year-olds also have a higher chance of dying from suicide than from COVID. Let me repeat, 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9-year-olds have a higher chance of dying from suicide than from COVID. Silencing and inhibiting our children from breathing and from being children is affecting their mental state. This is horrific. How can you continue in these mandates? How does this not completely devastate you? You have the opportunity to be courageous. I urge you to be brave. Do like the other school districts in California that have miraculously found the courage to do what you say can't possibly be done. Let the children go to school maskless, no matter of their vaccination status. You don't need to wait one more day. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Okay, at this time, we've had our first public speaker. So anyone who wants to raise their hand, use the raise hand icon at the bottom. And the following people will be given the opportunity to do public comment this evening. We do have to cut that off at some point. So this is the cutoff. So just a few more seconds to use that raise hand icon if you need it. We have Courtney, Joni, Barbara, Jennifer, Brittany, Erica, and Carol, who will be giving public comments this evening. So next is Courtney. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So you've got 3 minutes and I'll give you a 30-second warning. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Courtney. I have 2 students in Ventura Unified. So I'm speaking as both a mother. Professionally, I'm a speech language pathologist too. So I'm really speaking as both capacities. I second everything Hillary just said. I understand Dr. Rice. Obviously, my comment is regarding mask choice. I'm in support of mask choice for students. Dr. Rice mentioned that next week the state's going to be reconsidering all of this, but my comment is regarding other districts in California have been holding special board meetings and approving mask choice throughout the state of California. So I'm curious as to why Ventura Unified is not addressing that. This week, I'm sure you're aware, but the CDC lowered developmental milestones for kids regarding language knowledge. I don't know how school districts can't, and Ventura is specifically, since my students are there, can't acknowledge that masks are harmful for our students. They have harmful, lasting effects, both academically, socially, communicative. It goes on and on. How much educational time is lost with teachers telling students to please pull up your mask, however many times a day. So again, I don't understand how adults can walk into a bar or restaurant without a mask, but our kids cannot walk into their classroom without being attacked by other students, their peers, and their teachers and staff. Again, I am in support of mask choice for our students and would like our school district to stand up for our children and do what's right for them. Give them the choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have, I believe it's Joni. Please, I apologize if I'm wrong. Bowl? Oh, 1 second. Hold on. It's not allowing me. Okay, so Allow to Talk is not available for Joni because you're using an older version of Zoom. So I'm going to promote you to panelist. Please keep your video off as this is audio only, but I wanted to warn you that your video could be turned on. Joni, are you there? Just give you 1 second here for it to bring you up. Joni, if you can unmute. Are you there? Joni, I can see you there, but I can't hear you. You should be able to speak. I know you're not muted. Okay, I'm going to give it 1 minute. We're going to go to the next person in line, but we're going to come back to you. If you maybe look at your microphone and make sure that that's working. Barbara Hernandez, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Barbara, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Great. You've got 3 minutes. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you, school board members and Superintendent Dr. Rice for serving our community. In regards to the new principals, congratulations. It has come to my attention that mental health in our own Ventura Unified School District public school system is at an all-time high. My daughter's friends who attend public school, 3 out of 5 of them, more than half, are on antidepressants. I know there has been many teachers in the district that have been allowed to confuse our children by passing out questionnaires to students that ask them personal information regarding their sexuality. I also know that teachers are showing videos regarding race and making students feel indifferent and self-conscious for their race. These two items, questionnaires and videos that are disturbing the children both mentally and socially, are not integrated into the VUSD curriculum. Please make these teachers aware of their mental disturbance they are causing to their student body. VUSD policy. Okay, you know what? I'm going to skip that one. I asked the school board to not stand for Governor Newsom, but stand with the parents and children of Ventura Unified. The last meeting regarding declining enrollment failed to mention masks, like Courtney and Hillary have mentioned. We cannot stand here and pretend that it's the cause of the housing crisis. Let's deal with the real issues at hand. Regarding any committee members that are on this meeting right now, if you're concerned with the housing crisis, ask your legislators to vote against blind bidding. There's thousands of homes in this area that are left empty in Santa Barbara and Ventura due to investment companies coming in and buying without even living in the area. So I bring that because there's a huge declining enrollment, and it's not because of the housing crisis. It's because that you are speaking for and standing for the policies in California that are not, and you're not speaking and standing for the parents of Ventura Unified. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go back up to Joni. If you could unmute Joni Bowl, Joni Bowl. If you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Great. You have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
I am.
Perfect. Go ahead.
I just want to take the opportunity to express my frustration that our children are among the only left having to be masked in school. And after the Super Bowl being hosted and seeing our government and our state leaders show the opposite of what they're expecting of our children, it's infuriating to me. And I just beg of the district to stand up for our children and take a stand. I know that you guys have the power to do so, and I want to impress upon you how important it is for our children to not have a mask at school. It's hindering them in so many ways between their learning, their social skills, their health of having to wear a mask all day. It's just not okay for our young school grade children and up to high school to be the only ones masked. And I wanted to thank everybody on this call for taking a stand with me for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Jennifer Taylor. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here.
Perfect. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm going to try to keep it pretty simple. The board has mentioned several times in our past meetings that masks on our children are out of their hands, consistently telling parents to reach out to the Ventura County Office of Education or the state legislators. Dr. Rice said today that he's hoping and advocating for consistency next week when we find out if and when we can release the masks from our children. But it really is as simple as standing up and saying no more masks. Hang on one second. I'm sorry. I said, I understand that the Ventura County Office of Education will make the final decision for all the districts under their control, but you do have a say. It is not out of your hands. You are the voice of parents. You work for us and our children. Your jobs are in our hands, and we aren't worried about replacing you. It's time for you to stand up and represent all of the families. Follow the lead of several different counties who have already given their districts a mask choice. Alpine, El Dorado, Amador County, Sierra Unified, Roseville, Nevada Joint Union have all decided to allow the parents to mask their children if they want. I'm going to leave you with a quote from one of our greatest presidents from July 6th, 1987. Ronald Reagan said, Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States where men were free. And that's why I stand up and fight for my children who are in high school and can stand up for themselves. But I can't imagine younger children having to deal with this right now. My son is a freshman in high school, and he does not wear a mask in any of his classes except for one, because the teacher refuses to allow him to unmask, but all the other teachers do not care. He doesn't even wear it on his chin. He doesn't bring it at all. My other son, unfortunately, is a little more afraid of what people will say about him, because this society has allowed people to treat people who have a different opinion than you as absolute crap. And so he's worried that people will treat him like that. But I stand here today to support my kids in whatever decision they make. And both of them want to be unmasked. So I will be here every single meeting telling you guys that you need to stand up for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Disable. All right. And then we've got Brittany. You're up next. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight as well. And I echo all the same sentiments that the speakers before me have mentioned. I just want to give just a couple pointers as well. The American Academy of Pediatrics states that kids are not a risk to others. And data shows that healthy kids have a very low risk from COVID. These mandates are harming our kids. The American Academy of Pediatrics declared a national emergency in child mental health due to COVID and related policies, anxiety, isolation, and a rise in suicide. Masks have inconsistent, weak scientific evidence of effectiveness in preventing COVID-19 per the World Health Organization. And masks also have other risks, anxiety, skin issues, headaches, speech delays, social and emotional skills, and educational difficulties. And one of the other statistics that I just wanted to state was that the California mortality rate in kids ages 1 to 18 is, there were 6,202 all-cause deaths in the last 2 years, and only 63 of those were deaths involving COVID. There are 9 million kids under 18 in California, so the death involving COVID mortality rate in California is 0.0007%. So I think it's just super important that we get the masks off the kids, let them return to normal. And I hope that you guys as a school board will be bold and brave like the other school districts have in California to make it a mask choice for families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have Erica. Erica, are you there?
Yes.
Perfect. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. As a mother of a 9th grade student at Ventura High School and a former teacher of 14 years in Ventura County, I urge you to stop forcing students in our district to wear a mask. Dr. Rice, I'm pleased to hear your desire to end this as well. Thank you for addressing this in your report tonight. However, heard repeatedly that the district is just following the state and California Department of Public Health guidelines. So if the state doesn't lift this mandate on February 28th, I hope you will stand up for our children and put pressure on the state. In the meantime, I have some questions for you all. Do you understand how dangerous masking our children has been? Do you know there are numerous studies that show the inefficacy of masks as it relates to this virus? Are you aware that over 124 school board members have signed a letter to legislature demanding an end to all masking and vaccination mandates? Several school districts have now adopted a mask choice policy. Are you aware of the names of those districts? Are you at all curious how other California districts and other states are lawfully and successfully lifting these mandates off these precious children's faces and everyone is still safe? Do you realize how hugely absurd this mask mandate is on our children? Are you okay with this? Are you aware that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of students walking out of school to protest this obscene mask mandate? Are you willing to write a letter to the California governor to urge him to stop the mask mandate before they meet on the 28th to consider it? Aren't our children worth the extra effort? Do you realize what heroes you'd become if you fought for our children? And finally, from my own personal experience, do you know that Ventura High School is threatening to send students home if they don't wear a mask? And if so, do you realize that you are in violation of California state law as well as education codes? If not, please see the Williams complaint I filed with you and Ventura High School principal on February 16th. How long are you going to follow the so-called leader? And when will you become the leaders we need you to be? Don't you want to show Ventura students how to be critical thinkers and implement the 21st century learning skills that you abide by? Please start communicating and collaborating now. Start thinking critically and get creative in ending this ridiculous charade. None of this makes sense. The parents speaking before you tonight are courageous enough to speak out and call it like it is. There are many, many, many more parents, students, and yes, teachers who know it's absurd, but don't have the courage to speak up. But I'll tell you what, very few parents, students, and teachers thinks that this makes any sense at all. Stop waiting for direction and please stop following guidelines, because at the end of the day, that's all they are, guidelines. Stop the madness, let our kids breathe, show us that you care.
Marianne, you're muted.
Sorry. Our last public comment for this evening is our birthday woman, Miss Carol Peak. If you don't mind turning off your video, while we'd love to see you, you know this is an audio only public comment, and I like seeing Chewbacca anyway. So are you unmuted?
I am now, thank you.
There we go. So you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Basically, I'm short and sweet. I just want to say thank you to all the ESPs for their diligence, loyalty to our students, and for all the hard work they always show. You are greatly appreciated, respected, and again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Also, I want to thank the district because I know students' safety and learning is in the forefront. So I want to thank all of you for always keeping the students first. I appreciate working with you all in doing just that, making sure our students are good. So thank you so much. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. And President Alvarez, that concludes public comment.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who took the time to make public comment tonight. That brings us to agenda item 14, which is our action items. At this time, I'd like to ask our student board members if they need to go, that they're more than welcome to get back to homework or their other duties. And that brings us to 14A, ballot for California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. Dr. Rice.
I don't have anything to add by way of introduction. I would just turn it over to you as board president to elect up to 4 candidates for the CSBA Delegate Assembly for subregion 11B.
Okay, and I'll open this up for Trustee Lomax.
I want to vote for 5. Whatever you guys want to do. We can vote for up to 4, but I think we should vote for 4.
Sabrina, go ahead.
So because I've had a chance to work with the delegates over the last few years, I would just say that Darlene Bruno from Winnie is not only like an incredibly kind and thoughtful person, but someone who really dedicates the time to do the job well. And I think really has a lot of experience that other delegates have been able to lean on and benefit from. Deborah Cordes from Oxnard again, sort of a board member who I think really puts in the effort and really takes the job seriously. We have Shelley Griffin from Ojai, who is relatively new to the CSBA scene, but has stepped up to be the treasurer for our Ventura County School Board Association and has really been seeking a greater involvement in regional issues. And she's Rebecca's colleague on their board. And so Rebecca, feel free to weigh in, but I've always found her to be really thoughtful and someone who takes the time. Efrain Casares from Oceanville has been a delegate for a few years. He has found it difficult to participate in all of the events, and I do think that that's something that is important. And as the regional director has made things challenging for us. And then we have Danielle Sandoval, who was recently elected to the Santa Paula Unified School District Board. And I think almost all of us had a chance to meet him down at CSBA in San Diego. Nice man, seems very engaged. And Santa Paula has not had a representative on the delegate assembly for some time. So those are my thoughts. If you don't mind, I would make a motion that we nominate Darlene, Deborah, Shelley, and Daniel. But I'm open to hearing from my colleagues on the issue.
I'll second that nomination.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Ms. Dom, I've asked Trustee Callahan. She's going to be not available for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, that brings us to 14B. Ratification of contract for Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Dr. Rice. Oh, you're muted.
I would just say this is the same contract that we used for all of our assistant superintendents, and I made that assurance prior, and I'll make it again. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Trustee Lomax.
I make a motion that we approve ratify the contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Services as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And in your board packet, you should have received agenda item 14C for the approval of K-12 schools and adult ed comprehensive safety plans for the 21-22 school year. Do any board members have any questions?
Move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second. Oh.
Who did that go to, Ms. Velma?
You can give it to Velma.
Okay. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
That brings us to agenda item 14D, approval of emergency connectivity fund grant award expenditures. Dr. Chandler?
Yes, I'm going to invite Anna Campbell to jump in on this one because this is an item she's very knowledgeable on. Anna?
Good evening, trustees, Board President Alvarez, Dr. Rice. We were the recipients of 2 grant awards from the Federal Connectivity Fund grant application process that was available to us in the fall. We so far have won 2 of the 3 awards that we applied for. And tonight we're asking for your permission to proceed with those purchases as they are very large purchases to complete that process. The first award is for Chromebooks for students. We had a need for Chromebooks to finish out our cycle that we had discussed during the ESSER 3 planning. And since we weren't able to use it there, we went ahead and applied for this grant and we were lucky to be awarded. The second is to put Wi-Fi in all of our buses so that students can use Wi-Fi on their way home, to school, if they need to do homework. If they need to reach out to teachers, that they have that opportunity on our buses as well. And so those are the two contracts that we were awarded, and we're hoping that we can seek your approval tonight to proceed with those purchases. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Trustee Rodriguez.
I was just curious, how long do you expect it to take for us to be able to get the Wi-Fi on the buses?
We have to have it complete before June 30th. So we would be doing this hopefully kind of once we have your approval, we would move forward very, very quickly.
Okay, that's great. I'm happy, unless someone else has a question, move approval of these expenditures.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And that brings us to agenda item 15, Conference for Business Services, 15A 2021-22, second interim financial report preview presentation. Dr. Chandler.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask Anna, could you share your screen while we are introducing this? So first off, I want to say that we are really grateful for the county. They have built up their fiscal services support team, which is awesome. So, and I'm really grateful for my fiscal team because we were able to get this done much, much earlier than we normally do. So it gave us plenty of time to go through and overview everything. So I just want to start by saying thank you to them for being so diligent in making sure that we could work through this with the county. So Anna, do you want to start? And I will jump in where need be.
Absolutely. Thank you. So as Dr. Chandler stated, we've been able to actually push forward and get this complete earlier. So in this cycle, we'll be able to prepare more materials for the board between this presentation and then when we come back in March. So I'll go ahead and proceed through the timeline. We're at the February 22nd portion and we'll return on March 8th. So between that time, we'll be able to provide more support materials to the board so that when we do return on March 8th, that we'll be able to have hopefully all your questions answered and get a kind of a deeper dive in that, that really large document. Then we're looking forward to our process in March and April to work towards goals and overviews. And then that puts us into our next budget cycle that we'll have to have complete for you by June of 22, which is our original budget for next year. And then we'll also have an audit report for you in between those 2 points.
Also, just to add that we'll also have the, once we receive the board's goals, we'll take that out to the broader budget committee too, to get additional community input on that as well.
Perfect. So right now, our second interim review, we are looking really good right now based on the governor's budget and mostly the changes in PERS and STIRS. We were anticipating some really high PERS rates, and we got lucky that the PERS board had invested really well over the last year, and so we got a little relief from that, which is lovely. We also included these new grant awards that we just previously discussed for the $1.4 million for the Chromebooks, as well as the 90-something thousand for bus Wi-Fi, which is exciting. And that we've also included our future enrollment projections that we're working through with the Declining Enrollment Committee to discuss what that looks like in the future for the district. And so those projections are in this budget as well.
So, and you'll notice here, as Anna has so gracefully highlighted, the projection's a little bit higher than we'd anticipated, and the difference would be those grant awardees that we have received in the last few months that we weren't anticipating before.
Yes, so I'm not allowed technically to count them until I get that award letter. So we're very excited every time we get an award letter to be able to put that in the budget. So fingers crossed on the third award that's still pending. And so for the next steps, the second interim review, we're going to go ahead and submit a draft to the county to get their feedback, since Dr. Chandler expressed they have more staff to be able to work with us to do that. We're going to provide extra materials to the board and try to give more of those to get those questions and everything answered in advance. We have new funding, including the A to G grant allocation that's pending. It was pending as of yesterday when I looked, as well as the after-school funding that we're hoping will make it into this budget. But if they don't award on time, that we'll go ahead and put it into the next one. We'll come back to the board on the 8th for our final second interim and ask for your certification at that time, and then work through those goals in the coming spring that we're excited about, and then, of course, complete our audit.
And just to add to on that, we did get, just so you guys know, like if you remember, we did get an initial allocation for the A to G grant, and then the state took them all back. So they told us we had this much money, and then they said that they made an error statewide. So they took it all back. So we're waiting on our new allocation to come back. So if you're thinking you heard an allocation before, you did, but not anymore.
Absolutely correct. And then if there were any questions, if I'm okay to stop sharing, or.
I see a no from Trustee Lomax. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes, I just have one question. You talked about certification. What are you going to be recommending?
Positive.
Thank you. That's all I need to hear.
Thank you.
Trustee Rodriguez?
I was curious, Anna, I know that the vast majority of our budget is related to staffing, but with prices increasing and inflation and fuel prices on the rise, are we experiencing any of that as sort of, in terms of impacting our budget as we go through this year?
Absolutely. That is an excellent question. I know that I think about it and talk about it all the time, and I know we're all experiencing it as individuals. The district is severely experiencing that, particularly in the area of food. For our food and nutrition, it's been hard to get items. It's hard to get the food that we need. We're getting prices that we're not anticipating, but thankfully, Karen Mooney's and our food and nutrition services department has done an excellent job of trying to, get the things that they need and be creative with whatever menus that they have to do with ingredients that are missing. But the food has been dramatic. Has been a dramatic increase.
I would add that Kara has got great foresight, because she will see something that we need and we use regularly, and she will staff it up as quick as she can just to have the reserve, because we have freezer space to store a lot of this stuff. But definitely in the food, I would say gas too. That's also another impact with transportation.
And then I guess the follow-on question would be, as you're looking at next year's budget, is that what are we expecting? I mean, I know you guys listen to much more forecasting about these things than I do. Are you expecting that that's going to continue to be the trend moving forward for next year, or are we budgeting, hoping for some miraculous save?
I'm still budgeting that will continue. If you read the news kind of about inflation and what the Fed's going to do, I mean, it's not necessarily promising in the short term. And for us, short term, I'm sorry, that's my puppy. The short term is, a year or two is still kind of short term to them, but that's our entire budget. So we would anticipate that that's going to continue until we can see relief, or if that's the new norm.
It's okay to have your my family was gone earlier, and so both dogs were down here like rustling around behind me, and I was trying to ignore it. So you're not alone. Thank you for answering the question.
And I don't have any questions, but thank you so much for your thorough report. And obviously your puppy doesn't like the rising fuel costs and all that.
No, she does not.
Oh, look, see, I said it and the puppy's barking again. All right, that moves us to 16, Conference Educational Services. Supplement for the annual update for the 2021-22 Local Control and Accountability Plan, Lcap. Dr. Chandler?
Yes. Ms. Swalowitz and I will be sharing this presentation tonight. Let me just share my screen. Can everybody see that okay? All right. And Ms. Swalowitz, do you want me to start? Sorry, you guys, this feels very last minute because we had anticipated somebody else, but the life had other plans for him. So we are doing our best tonight. But I'll give you a little bit of background on this. Like normally you don't see the Lcap come to you halfway through the year, but there was new legislation passed that required us to give a mid-year Lcap review. And I won't read the slide to you, but that's basically what the slide is saying. Anything to add, Ms. Swalowitz? Okay. So basically the big part of that is they wanted us to show what the budget overview, how it impacted what we had told our parents before. And it also included, I don't know if you remember, but there was an additional fund passed at the very end of last year that increased concentration funds, which is something that we weren't anticipating. And so because we don't get very much concentration funds, because that's basically our unduplicated population over 55%, which we're at 56 point something, we vary a little bit. We got $160,000 more than we had anticipated. So part of this is that we update the board on how much additional funds we received. And Ms. Campbell, you and your puppy are totally happy to chime in whenever you need to. The supplement for the Lcap had 5 prompts, this new reporting that they asked us to do. The first prompt is to describe how we plan to use the funds provided through the budget Lcap of 2021 that were not included in the 21-22 Lcap. That was that little pot of money I just told you about, the $160,000, because we got that later than when we had done the Lcap. So for us, and Ms. Wolowitz could probably speak to this better than I, but these are the supplemental areas that we plan to use those additional funds in. And you can see for yourself. Anything to add?
Yeah, if I could just add that a significant part of this prompt is how we engage our community and our partners in the process and in getting their voice from the community, from our families, from our partners, from our staff. And so that's a significant piece of this prompt.
So Dr. Castro has been working very hard to ensure that we're having regular Lcap meetings in both the morning and the evening for families who have different schedules. And we are reaching out regularly to our community members to try to get feedback on what we're doing. We also use things like Parent Square, and I believe Marianne has a brand new program that we're also using to reach our different families. So again, there was 5 questions that this mid-year Lcap review wanted us to address. And the second question was how we plan to use the additional money to increase staff that provided direct services to students who are low-income English learners or foster youth. And this is how we use that additional money. Ms. Wolowitz, do you want to explain this a little bit more?
I would be happy to. So a significant part of this prompt is letting the board and the community know that we had a significant additional focus on providing direct student counseling services to all of our students, both in secondary and in the elementary. And that came from our community feedback, our family surveys, and of course, at the board's direction as well. So we are very excited to report on that and have an opportunity to celebrate that work this year, and very excited to grow our school counseling team.
Excellent. The third prompt of 5 was to describe how we're engaging our partners with one-time federal funds that are meant to support the recovery, like student achievement losses because of COVID-19 and the impacts that distance learning had on our kids. So
I'd be happy to add to this if you'd like me to, Dr. Chandler.
Yes, please.
So this is the focus on our plans to address student needs, and significant focus of this is expanded learning opportunities and the in-person instructional programs that we've added, additional supports to provide a focus on the increase in student needs during this time.
And the fourth question was asking us to describe how we're implementing the Federal Rescue Plan Act and the Federal Elementary School Emergency Relief Plan, and the success and challenges experienced in these implementations. So this is the ESSER 3 money, which we know we have a elongated plan for. So I'm going to have Ms. Wallowitz jump in on this one too.
Yes, I'm enjoying the collaboration. It's fun, the back and forth. So this is focusing on the supports that we've provided to students through extended, I know there's a lot of verbiage on this slide, but the expanded instructional time, accelerating progress for students and integrating student supports throughout the day, as well as supporting credit deficient students at the secondary level. It again talks to the additional counseling supports that have been provided, and then also identifies some of the challenges that we have faced as a district with experiencing staff shortages, surges in the pandemic, as well as supply chain issues that have been mentioned previously this evening.
So this one exactly like focused primarily on people, which has, you know, as we've reported out, has been a challenge to get people hired because of a lack of people applying. So, and then the last question it asked us to address was to describe the funds we received for the 21-22 school year in conjunction with plans aligned to the LEA, the Lcap, and the annual update. So kind of weaving in all of our plans so they're not separated, but combined into one. So, Ms. Wallowitz, would you care to?
Yes. And I think that the team with input from the community and the board, I think did such a nice job of weaving these plans all together to have the focus on increasing in staffing, to provide increased counseling supports and additional, which includes additional supports for mental health, as well as additional learning opportunities for students.
Wonderful. So lastly, not lastly, there's actually quite a few more slides. The mid-year update for the Lcap metrics. Our schools, some of the metrics are unknown to us at this point because they are in progress. So often, you know, we introduce a brand new thing. It takes time to measure the outcomes, right? Like, especially with learning student achievement. So some of these goals are here and some we're still in progress in implementing. And expenditures and implementation, very similar at this point in the school year. The Lcap's actions have just really begun to get going. So it's hard for us to have a solid measure on their outcome, which will come probably a little bit later in the year. Anything to add on this one, Ms. Campbell? No? Okay. So, Gina, do you want to take this one?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I'm very pleased to announce that we have already seen at the mid-year progress point an increase in the percentage of students who are receiving the state seal of biliteracy, which is just fantastic. Our bilingual and biliterate students, very exciting. So that is our mid-year goal with our desired outcome for the following school year.
So you can see we've gone up a few percentage points, but our ultimate goal is 25%, but I think we're well on our way. Ms. Waller?
And in addition, in the opposite direction, which is the positive direction that we want to be heading for these metrics, a reduction in our suspension and expulsion rates, which is evidence of us providing a safe and secure environment for all of our staff and students.
And so our baseline metric, which was from the 2021 school year, was 1.7% for suspension rates. Mid-year this year, we're only at 0.2%, which is pretty good. Desired outcome is 1.5. So we're actually below that, which is a great metric for suspension rates. Expulsion rates, our baseline started in 2019-20, and we were at 0.6. And right now we're at 0.0 with one expulsion showing up at the time that we pulled this data, because I feel like we've had more than one expulsion. But our desired outcome is 0. So we're chugging along okay.
Before we move on into the additional goals, do any of the trustees have any questions on the first two? Trustee Rodriguez, let me check on Trustee Lomax.
I was going to raise my hand, but I saw that they were shaking their heads no. I am curious because one of the things that we hear very often, at least I feel like particularly this year, but even in previous years, is that I know we have, as a state and as a district, been trying really to reduce the use of suspension or expulsion as a disciplinary tool. But we hear the sort of other side of that coin sometimes from staff, like, oh, I sent a kid out of class because they were, misbehaving or they're disruptive, and then they just got sent back. It would be great. I know this is not possible right now, but I would love to hear a little bit more about the data behind this data in terms of what we are doing to address those disciplinary issues in lieu of suspension and expulsion. Because we had heard towards the beginning of the year that after kids being out of school for such a long time, that there were an increase in sort of disruptive behaviors and things, right? So that seems inconsistent with this. And so I would love to understand a little bit better where those two things intersect and what we're doing to support that process.
I will pass that message along to Dr. Castro because I think that's really his area of expertise. But I don't know if Ms. Wolowitz, if you have anything else to add to that.
I was just going to mention to call attention to the data that we pulled is listed as the 2021 school year data. So not yet this year's data because it's not yet readily available through DataQuest, through the state metric system. So just to call attention to that.
Oh, so that's even really more interesting because that was when we were hybrid. And so our numbers of students on campus was really low.
Correct. And we were not fully back all year either, right? So it's hard to have behavior issues in Zoom. They happened, but you're probably not going to get expelled for them. So.
And that was one of the issues that Dr. Castro talked to me about in the last few days was just that we should be looking forward to, unfortunately, probably increases in some of these areas because you're not suspending students or expelling students when they're not in school. So now that we have kids back full time, it should not be a reasonable expectation that the numbers are going to go even further down. They're probably going to go back up, commensurate with getting everybody back in school. And then probably we should re-benchmark our goals for the next year based on a new baseline of having everybody back in school.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Any more questions on this slide or can I move forward?
You can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So Lcap goal 3, increase of parent and community involvement. Gina, do you have anything to add to this one?
Yes, please. So this shows the results from our Lcap survey last year. So we had good, strong results. But we would like to always get 100% of our families in our community engaging in this process. And so we are hoping to have an increase in our responses. Our ultimate goal when we look out to the 23-24 school year would be 1,100 responses. So we'd like to increase as much as possible for this school year. And we are currently working on that Lcap survey as we speak. And so that will be coming soon.
Thank you. And then
Ms. Wolowitz, will we see a draft of that survey before it goes out?
I can ask. I know that that's something that in the past has been brought to the Lcap committee work. And so I'd be happy to pass that along to Dr. Castro to get a response on that.
Okay. Taking lots of notes for Dr. Castro. So I think any more questions on this?
Nope, you can go ahead.
Okay. In closing, we've had many challenges through the pandemic. I think our biggest challenge is to be able to hire the staff that we want to hire to help our kids. Like, we have the money and we are desperately trying to recruit, but so do all of our neighboring districts, right? And they're also trying to increase their staff. So we are starting to be able to fill a lot of the positions that couldn't be filled right at the beginning of the year. And we've been adding, like, I know Trustee Rodriguez, you said we have social workers. And I was like, yes, that's part of all of this process that Dr. Castro has been working on to add more people to help our students. So it's been a lot of, Dr. Castro has done an amazing job at reaching out to our families and doing his due diligence along with HR to get as many people as we can through this process. Any more questions for us?
I do have a question. I have heard from a few parents, not a lot, but a few parents, that their seniors are really struggling and might not be graduating because they're behind. And I don't want to hear that, because we have the money and we should be at each school, now that they've done the grad checks, and they're doing them now, is when the time I think that we should be going in and spending this money and bringing these kids along, whatever it takes, because it's not their fault, everything that's happened, the pandemic and not being in school. And I repeatedly hear it in things like physics and math and calculus, and which is math, I know, but it's easy. It's one thing to be able to do English or history or even economics at home, but math is a really hard subject for a child to learn on their own. And especially when we parents, or grandparents in my case, can't teach the kids the way that they're learning now. So I really hope, and I know we will, but I just wanted somehow really get in there before we get to June and find out that several of our students didn't graduate because we didn't provide something for them to get caught up.
I know Dr. Castro and Dr. Rice, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that he and I have spoke many times about increasing the number of flex teachers for additional credit recovery. So that is something that is definitely on the forefront of his work.
Yeah, because it shouldn't be, in these times, it shouldn't be embarrassing for a child to be able to say, hey, I need help.
Oh, yeah.
And, if it's there, I'll do flex, I'll do whatever, because I know that in the past when I was teaching, kids were running over to adult ed to get caught up before graduating. And we should have those places, many places for these kids to run to get back on track so they can graduate in June and not be punished for what wasn't their fault. And it, quite frankly, wasn't our fault either. I'm not saying it's our fault. But since the government has given us money to help in this area, aren't we lucky this year to be able to provide these services? And thank you for all that you've done. And these are great goals. And I just thank you.
Trustee Daniver?
Yeah, I have a process question that maybe somebody can answer. With the regular Lcap, I know the county oversees that, and sometimes they give us guidance and sort of a pre-approval that they're going to approve it if the board approves it and that. What's the process with this? Is this just we do it and send it to the county or the state, or are we working with the county on what they want to see on this?
The county did send us guidelines, and they helped us with the template. They gave us lots of tips. They did a training class on it. And so we're in process. And then once we get it approved, then we'll send it to the county. And if they have any corrections, they'll let us know. But it's a pretty straightforward document of progress check.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, I'm not really sure if this is the appropriate place for this, but, I was thinking about, as we were going through and talking about some of the mental health supports and the work that's being done to support our students post-pandemic shutdowns. Several of the speakers tonight talked about kind of the inclusion of politics in the academic setting, right? And kids being made to feel less than for their families' choices about masks or not masks and vaccinations and not vaccinations. And I'm just wondering if they're, as part of our mental health work, if we're doing some kind of, I don't know, sensitivity training sounds so cliche, right? But what I guess my point is, I want to make sure that we are not contributing to that problem, the political divide that exists already in our country, in our community, but really helping to bridge that with our students and make sure that people are being reminded about kindness. And because I know our counselors do that work generally around bullying, but I'm just wondering if we are folding in this idea of political tolerance. I don't know. I'm not finding the right words, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about in terms of I would not want a child to feel less than. And when we had one of our speakers said, her kid was told that if they didn't wear a mask, they were going to die. I mean, that is wildly inappropriate for a kid to be hearing at school. And I know it wasn't said by a staff member, but we do kind of help to create a climate. And so I think if we can, moving forward, to kind of mend some of the harm that's been done just collectively over the last 2 years, I would love to see us get to a place this summer where we're, again, functioning more like one community.
I agree, and I will pass that on to Dr. Castro. That it's very relevant.
Well said, trustees, and just continuing on these great goals and definitely seeing what we can do more with that money. I had a question, but I think you answered it in that some of those projects are just starting to happen instead of being finished. So looking forward to the continued progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gina, for filling in. Very good. That brings us to our consent calendar. It is recommended that the department item number 17 to 20 below be approved as presented. Does anyone have any items they'd like to have pulled? If not, then I'll look for a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
That brings us to our board reports. Trustee Lomax?
Yes, I have attended the Declining Enrollment Committee, the first committee meeting. We had quite a bit of public comment. Unfortunately, the meeting went so long, and I had another meeting that I wasn't able to personally be there, but I did. Now, you hear my dog in the background, but I have am listening to all the comments, and they're valid concerns. And but the good thing is that the Declining Enrollment Committee is getting started. We're having another meeting coming up. I'm excited to see where we go with it, because it is something that is not just a problem for Ventura Unified, is a problem with public schools everywhere. So it's a good thing to be on. I've also been attending county CTE meetings throughout the county with different school districts, working to just see where we are with CTE offerings for students. And since I am on the CTE liaison, I think for me, being able to listen to other districts and what they're doing, I do that. It's not something that I expect whoever to take it over for me to do, but I am on those committees because I think it's very valuable to find out what's going on around the county. We shouldn't always be in a position to reinvent the wheel. We should be in a position to collaborate and do what's best for kids throughout the county. And that's about what I've been doing.
Great, thank you. Trustee Dannenberg?
And the only thing I have to report is I had the pleasure to attend the Teacher of the Month for our Foothill High School teacher last week. And it's a pleasure to see the staff and join in the whole staff celebration of one of their own and all the good work that all of our staff is doing. So I thank all of our staff for their great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
Thanks. I had a chance to be a fly on the wall for the declining enrollment committee, which was very interesting. And, you know, I think one of the takeaways is clearly the community has opinions about these things, which is great. And that's really what we want, right? It is useful to hear what people think and believe, and that's how we address these things. So although I'm not a committee member, it was great to listen. I had to leave that meeting early because I had a DLAC meeting, our district English Learner Advisory Committee. And it was actually a fantastic meeting. I have the agenda here. We learned about the migrant education program that's through VCOE, and also VACE did a presentation about the various programs that VACE offers for citizenship and English and parenting classes. So they talked a lot about the different things that they offer. And then we talked about how to protect your student online, both at school and at home. And what was really interesting to me was a number of parents shared that they really want to see our schools go back to a place where the kids are discouraged from having their phones out. And so it was really interesting to hear parents saying, like, my kid spends enough time with their phone, and we really want you to be also adding your voice to limiting screen time while they're at school. So I thought that was interesting. And then, as you already heard from me earlier, we had a general plan advisory committee meeting that same week, which was really helpful. We're talking now very region-specific plans. I shared with you our Midtown plan, but if you go on the planventura.org website, you can see the plans for each neighborhood. So the zoning ideas, and also the ideas about creating activity centers, about improving bike access and pedestrian access, improving transportation. So one of the main ideas that was presented was creating kind of creating various transportation hubs around the city. So one would be on the west end, kind of where the Wave is, or like the Vons on the Avenue, connecting up the Avenue all the way to Ojai, and then one connecting east to west through Main Street and out to the mall and or the government center, and then a larger east end loop that would connect people both with Saticoy and also potentially with Oxnard. So I think there are a lot of things there that are impactful of us as a district. I mean, certainly transportation is something that we spend a lot of money on, and if the city upped their game on transportation, that would be helpful to us. So I would encourage you, if you have questions, to look at that website. And I think that was it in terms of committee meetings.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. And I was also on that declining enrollment committee along with Trustee Lomax. So great input from the community, like Trustee Rodriguez said. We also had a special board meeting that was just really a great time for us to finally get back together and really start working through some of the goals we want to set for upcoming. So some great collaboration being back with the board, which is always great for all of us. Incoming events, Dr. Rice.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez. I'll wait and see if there we go. So lots of celebrations going on, including Teachers of the Month at EP Foster and J. Sarah coming up. Tomorrow morning, I believe I'll be going out giving out some gratitude awards, 3 of them, to some of our award recipients. And we have a host of parent advisory committee type meetings coming up in the next few weeks as well, as you can see on the slide.
Great, thank you, Dr. Rice. Future board items, Trustee Lomax.
Could I go back to coming events just for a moment?
Oh,
please?
yeah.
I haven't talked a lot about the robotics competitions coming up because, unfortunately, at the time we were planning them, and due to COVID and venue restrictions, not our restrictions, we're not allowing the general public to attend this year because we're considered a mega indoor event. And so we have to check the vaccination status and everything. And that hasn't changed. So first made a decision that the general public would not be allowed. But if anybody from the school district, we are inviting, of course, the superintendent and the administrative people from the districts, but make sure you let me know so you can get on a list. But I also want to let you know that as a result of all this, our week 2, which includes our teams from our own Ventura Unified School District, we're doing the judging remotely for the kids because that is a much bigger event, and a lot of the judges were worried about being exposed, and I can't blame them yet. We're not completely out of the woods. So if anyone has some time in the evenings, starting around the first part of the first full week of March, and possibly a half a day on a Saturday to do some remote judging, get a hold of me because we do need some judging. And this includes our team from Foothill, our team from Ventura High School, and our community team 4414, as well as teams from all over the county, every high school in Oxnard Union High School District, Santa Paula, Fillmore, Camarillo, Rancho Campana, they're all in it. And we have teams from that will be judged even though they're not allowed to travel. We did have 8 teams coming internationally, but because of COVID restrictions, most of them can't travel. But I thought it would be kind of fun to mention that the team from Mexico, Team 4400, is traveling by bus 20 hours to get here because it's the only way their school district would allow their children to come. And those kids are so excited. But we do need help judging remotely. If anybody wants to get a hold of me or Renee, you can get a hold of Dr. Rickard because she is our volunteer coordinator, to make sure that these kids have an experience of a lifetime. And we're hoping this is a transition year like everything else. And next year we'll be able to be fully back and everybody can come and see it. But it will be live streamed. And before then we'll have another board meeting and I'll give you the link to be able to watch it live stream. But thank you for allowing me to indulge me with that. And as far as future board items, I don't have any.
Trustee Daniver?
I don't have any.
Trustee Rodriguez?
I too have coming events since you skipped us.
I've been doing them all in a big pile last time. Sorry, I should have said that.
So in terms of coming events, tomorrow, the VUSD choir concert is happening at 6 p.m. at Buena High School. It includes all of our middle school and high school choirs. The site-specific choirs, it does not include company and crescendo. And then on Friday night, Buena High School has their concert, their pre-competition concert. So it's a chance for families to come and watch the students perform before they leave for competition. And then next week, as you likely know, is Read Across America week. So all of our elementary schools will be celebrating with guest readers. And I know Matt and I are signed up to read at Lincoln, but I usually read at least 4 or 5 elementary schools. So if you're listening, principals, email me. I would love to read. And then lastly, before our next board meeting, we do have a Ventura County School Board Association dinner meeting on March 7th, which hopefully everyone will be able to attend. It sounds like it should be a very interesting meeting. It will be around services that are provided for homeless and foster youth and how we can do a better job of serving the needs of these particularly needy students. That's it.
Thank you, Sabrina. And one other thing from that, what time is the concert on Friday? I think it was 6. You're muted.
I know. I have it on my calendar as 7.
Okay.
The concert on Wednesday is 6, but the concert on Friday, I have it as 7.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that brings us to board superintendent comments. Trustee Lomax. Nothing. Trustee Daniver? Trustee Rodriguez?
No, thank you.
And the only thing I would say on the comments is obviously with our public comments today is just for us to keep in mind that we are waiting for some kind of guidance on February 28th. And depending on what guidance is, maybe we look to have one of our forums with county health, public health, depending on what the outcome of that 28th meeting is, kind of how we've done in the past. Because I can talk a little bit in board comments, is we care about everybody. We care about the students. We care about the staff. We care about the teachers. We care about the ESPs. We care about, the district. We care about everyone. So we have to worry about everyone. And I know it's the mask isn't a popular thing. I have to wear it for my work and all day long. And but I think it's depending on what happens on February 28th, for us to keep in mind that maybe calling a forum, if it isn't removed, is something maybe we need to look at. And that's just a comment, not a recommendation.
Actually, going slightly backwards, I wonder, Dr. Rice, I do think that there might be value at the next board meeting, regardless of what comes out on the 28th, being able to talk about the sort of various players involved and how all those things affect us. I had a chance to do, based on the emails that we received, I had a chance to do some research today, and it was very interesting to see what other districts are doing and kind of the repercussions for their choices. And I don't think the general public understands all of those factors. So if we could maybe just do a summary. I know we did one a year and a half ago, but things have changed, and I think it would be maybe a good idea to refresh.
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. You said it much more eloquent than I did. And now, do we have reason to go back to closed session? Yes, we do. So, board, I will see you in our other session, and we will let you know when we're back.
Great. And TDC, if you can please stay on, and we will stay here and await your return. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We just came out of closed sessions and report of action taken in closed session. There was no action taken. And we'll look at agenda item 26, adjournment.
So moved.
Give that to Velma, who seconds.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion closes, carries 4-0.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your last few hours of 2/22/2022.